We'll be back here in just Well, folks, this is Shane Kelly, your play-by-play announcer. I think that I just had my mute button on the entire time, so I called that whole first inning while you guys probably couldn't hear a word. I apologize for that. I'm rather new with this. The pitcher for Jesup.
Laying off, aiming for the Warriors, second baseman, number 1,
Our pitcher tonight is Brevin Dahl for Jesup. He pitched against Olwine, pitched a little over 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 2 walks, 2 hits batsman, 5 strikeouts. That pitch is taken outside and low. Well, again, I apologize for that first inning. And here's the pitch. That pitch is smashed right to the shortstop, and he's up with it, throws it over across the infield for out number 1. That'll bring up Justice Kelly. He's batting .296 on the season, on base of .406. He had his first triple against Key. That pitch is taken for a strike. Drove in 3 runs in that game. And here's this pitch from Brevin. That pitch is taken outside and low. But that'll give us 2 outs, as Durham did strike out. We're back up to the top of the Jesup's lineup. Dahl is 0 for 1 so far in this game. I asked him who his favorite athlete is. He told me Dwayne Wade. He's a Heats fan. Here's a pitch from Ladeberg. That pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. Treptow is on second base. There are 2 outs. Ladeberg gets his sign. He's got it. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. Make that strike 2. Our count's 1-2. Ladeberg comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Makes their count 2-2. Cale Chisel is on deck. And here's the pitch. Taken outside for a ball. That makes our count 3-2. Tucker's at 34 pitches. He'd like to get out of this inning right here. And here's the pitch. That pitch gets away from Tucker. Advancing to third is Treptow on the wild pitch. So that'll put a runner on third base. Now there's runners on the corner. Cale Chisel's now at the plate. He struck out his first time at bat. I asked Cale that same question. Who's your favorite athlete? He told me Aaron Rodgers. He's a Packers fan. And here's the pitch. That's a check swing, but he fouled it away. Dahl was running on the pitch, but he'll have to go back. As a Bears fan, I was glad to see him go to the Jets. And here's a pitch from Latteberg. That pitch is taken across the plate for strike number 2. Dahl wasn't running that time. And here's the pitch. Now he takes off. That pitch is check swing. Jake Shore will throw it over to Kane Schmitz just to see if they're trying to score, and they weren't. So he'll get second base. That makes our count 1-2. Here's the pitch by Latteberg. That pitch is outside for a ball. 2-2 is our count. Jack Miller is on deck. Don't want to see him bat in this inning if you're a Warrior fan. If you're a Jayhawk fan, you do. That pitch is called for strike 3. So that'll conclude the top of the second inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error on Wapsie. Our score remains Jesup 2, Wapsie Valley 0. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Batting for the Warriors, pitcher number 13, Tucker.
And we're back live at Wapsie Valley Field. Jesup is up 2-0 over the Wapsie Valley Warriors. Tucker Latteberg's now at the plate for the Warriors. He swings at the first one for a strike. Tucker's batting .304 so far this season with a .467 on-base percentage. Slugging is .522. He hits that ball right up the middle where Dahl has it. He'll run it over and flip it to the first baseman for out number 1. Blake Hesse's now the batter. He's a freshman. So far this season, he's batting .231. He's got 6 hits out of 25 at-bats. That pitch is skied up in the air right underneath the center fielder, who catches it for out number 2. Tice Larson made that play in center.
Now stepping into the box, first baseman number 31.
That'll bring up Jackson Kuhlman. As I mentioned in the pregame, which you probably could not hear, Jackson's been one of the top hitters so far this season. He takes that pitch inside for a ball. He's batting .391 so far this year. He's got a .500 on-base percentage. He leads the team in batting average. That pitch is chopped up the middle. The second baseman, Durham, slides over, throws it over to first, and gets him. So that'll be 3 outs. No runs, no hits, no errors. Our score remains Jesup 2, Wapsie 0. All right, we're back for the top of the third inning. Due up is Miller, Bucknell, and Larson. Jack Miller took a walk in that first inning, and he scored. And here's the pitch. That pitch is a little high for ball one. I asked Jack who his favorite athlete was. He told me Derek Dieter. He's a Yankees fan. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. And here's the pitch. That pitch is skied high up in the air. Briar Bellis camps under it and makes the play for out number one. That'll bring up Kyle Bucknell. He reached on an error the first time up. He also scored a run. And here's a pitch by Latterberg. That pitch is hit sharply right to the shortstop. Justice throws it over to Kuhlman for out number two. That'll bring up Tice Larson, the freshman. Tice got a hit in his first at-bat, drove in a run, which is his second hit on the season. He's 2 for 9. That pitch is taken for a strike. Latterberg's working quickly now. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and fouled off at the plate. 0-2 is now the count. I asked Tice who his favorite athlete was. He told me Mike Trout, and we've heard that a few times this season, and he's a Cubs fan. That pitch is sky high right behind us, though, and out of play. He is one of the best baseball players, for sure, Hall of Famer. So it doesn't surprise me when I ask kids who their favorite athlete is that I hear Mike Trout. That pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. Now that wind's just now, it's changing. It's now coming straight from the south. Kind of blowing toward the left field now. That pitch is taken for a ball. Warriors started walking off the field, they thought they had him. The umpire wasn't moving, though. That makes our count 2-2. And here's the pitch. That got him. So Larson will take first base with the hit by pitch.
Now batting right fielder number 12, Nick Moore.
That'll bring up Nick Moore, the sophomore. He struck out his first time at bat. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside. Shore throws it to Justice. Justice tries to apply the tag, but he's in there safely. So far, Jayhawks is having their way on the bases. Shore just hasn't been able to get a good grip on the ball. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken upstairs. It makes our count 2-0. And here's the pitch. Pitch also got him.
Moore is hit by the pitch.
So that's our second hit by pitch in the inning. And that'll bring up Landon Vogel,
Third baseman number 11,
who's a sophomore.
Vogel.
He's 0 for 1 so far this game. Jake Shore goes out to talk to his pitcher. Try to settle him down, I'm sure. Maybe talking about those leads the runners are getting. Parents are offering their encouragement to settle down and throw the ball. Fine words of encouragement. And here's a pitch by Latterberg. That pitch is taken upstairs and in for ball number 3. This happened back in the first inning. Tucker got the first 2 outs easily and then started giving up some walks. And next thing you know, they scored 2 runs. Here's a pitch. That pitch is taken for a strike. Caught the outside corner. That makes our count 3-1. Pretty sure Vogel was taken all the way on that, and I don't blame him. Make him throw a strike. Probably might even make him throw another. Here's the pitch. Runners go. That pitch is taken outside. And he's safe.
Larson steals third.
So Larson gets a steal there. Do I have the count? It's 2-1. I had 3-1. Sorry about that. The count's 2-1. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed. And they'll let the runner take second on that one.
Or take second.
Makes our count 2-2. I must have forgot to clear the balls for the last hitter. That foul tip, strike 3. So that'll end our inning. No damage done. Our score remains Jesup 2, Wapsie 0. For the Warriors, we'll have Bellis, Hebner, and Harder. And we're back for the bottom of the third inning.
For the Warriors, center fielder number 5, Ryer.
Dahl's a senior. He's 1-0 on the season. He got the win, I believe, Sumner Fredericksburg. Pitched 6 innings, a little over 6 innings, 6.1. Only gave up 3 earned runs, 4 total. The other one wasn't earned. Briar Bellis is up at the plate now. He takes the first pitch for a ball. He fouls that one away on the third base side. Briar's just an 8th grader. He's got 3 hits so far this season and 23 at bats. He's tied for the lead or the team lead in walks with 8, so he gets on base. He swung and missed at that pitch there. Makes our count 1-2. Dahl comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is taken inside for a ball. 2-2 is now our count. Here's the pitch from Dahl. That pitch is taken high. Ball 3. Briar's battled back to even the count 3-2. And here's the pitch from Dahl. That pitch is swung on and fouled off to the left-hand side. It's a full count, not an even count. And here's the payoff pitch. That pitch is called strike 3. Briar Bellis didn't like the call, but the umpire makes those call, and it looked like it was over the plate. Caught the inside corner. So that'll bring up Manny Hebner. He's a junior. So far this season, he's 5 out of 21. Got a that's good for a 238 batting average. He hits the first pitch, slow roller to the third baseman, who charges it, throws across to the first baseman for out number 2. That'll bring up Mason Harder. He's a senior, playing right field. He's got 1 hit so far in the season. He's also walked 4 times, scored a couple of runs, been hit by a pitch. And that pitch almost got him. Threw it past him, behind him, I should say. Well, pitch taken for a ball. Here's the pitch from Dahl. That caught the outside corner for a strike. Makes our count 1-1. And here's the pitch. Mason was ducking away out of that one. He takes that one up and in for ball number 2. 2-1 is our count. And here's the pitch. That pitch is right over the outside corner. Kyle Bucknell is behind the plate. He does a good job framing those pitches. And here's the pitch. That pitch hit weakly on the right-hand side. First baseman will pick it up, flip it to the pitcher for out number 3. So no runs, no hits, no errors. We're going to head to the 4th inning. Jesup still leads 2-0. Okay, we're ready to start the top of the fourth inning.
22,
Ryan Durham is due up, then Nick Moore, and then Brevin Dahl. I'm sorry, Treptow is up right now. Ryan Treptow is a sophomore. He's 0 for 1 so far today's game. Took that pitch for a ball. 1-1's our count. Treptow has 1 hit so far this season. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. 2-1's now our count. And here's the pitch. That pitch is hit sharply right to the first baseman, who picks it up. Kuhlman steps on the bag for out number 1.
Treptow grounds out to the first baseman, Jackson Coolman, for out.
So that'll retire Treptow. And that'll bring up our second baseman, Ryan Durham. He's one of 2 seniors. I think I said 1 senior. Dahl is the other senior in the Jesup lineup. Here's the pitch by Ladeberg, just a little outside. It gets past the catcher. Ryan Durham is 0 for 1 so far in today's game. He's looking for his first hit of the season. That pitch also gets away from the catcher. Taken low. He does have a walk so far this year. Again, Jesup's only played 3 games so far this season, so it's pretty common to see stats like that. That pitch is hit foul on the right-hand side, out of play. I asked Ryan who his favorite athlete is. He says a guy named Messi. He's an Argentina soccer player, so I thought that was neat. That pitch is also fouled off, so it makes our count 2-2. And here's the pitch from Ladeberg. That pitch is grounded but foul to the third baseman. Hesse will scoop it up, toss it back to his pitcher. Our count remains 2-2. That pitch is taken inside for strike 3. That's our second out of the inning. It does bring up the top of the Jayhawk lineup. Brevin Dahl, who's the other senior on the Jesup Jayhawk team. Dahl so far is 0 for 1. He walked back in, I want to say, the second inning. And here's the pitch from Tucker. Right over the plate for strike 1. Dahl is our Dwayne Wade fan, the Heat. That pitch is taken inside for a ball. He told me his favorite team, though, is the Cardinals, which is baseball. But his favorite athlete was Dwayne Wade. Here's a pitch from Ladeberg. That pitch is taken down low. Our count is now 2-1. Here's the pitch by Tucker. That's a fastball. Hit high up in the air. But who's got it? Kane Schmitz calls for it. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it.
Dahl reaches on the Schmitz hair. Next up to bat, first baseman number 3, Cale Chisel.
So that'll put Dahl on first base. Calling that an error. It did hit Schmitz's glove. It was a tough play, though. You got the wind blowing across the field from right to left.
Command 2, courtesy run number 4, Aiden Bergman.
Ooh, umpire takes that one right in the chest. Called a balk. And Tucker just kind of lost his grip on it.
Ladderberg charged to the ball. Advances Bergman to
Aiden Bergman is the courtesy runner. He was going on the play. Well, actually, he advanced the second on a balk. Umpire does have chest gear on, but it looked like he tried to catch it, so he caught some of that with his hand. That has to sting. That looked like Tucker's fastball. He gets it up there. 85 miles an hour is where he tops out at. That pitch gets away from Jake. So Bergman will advance to third base. What's our count? 1-0. That pitch is swung on and miss. Makes our count 1-1. Fans offer some encouragement to the team. And here's the pitch by Ladderberg. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. 2-1's now our count. Here's the pitch from Ladderberg. That pitch is taken outside for ball 3. Got Jack Miller standing on deck. Like to see something happen with Chisel here. Here's the pitch. The pitch is taken down low.
Chisel draws the wall.
So that'll bring up Jack Miller.
Batting shortstop number 2.
He's 0 for 1
Miller.
with the walk. Stole a base. Scored a run back in that first inning. Last time at bat, he hit a high fly ball to the center fielder. A little deep. I'm sure Chisel will be taking off first base here. Shore has struggled behind the plate so far this game. There's the pitch by Ladderberg. That ball's hit sharply out, foul on the third base side. Runner did not go. Ladderberg comes set. The runner will take off from first. And that pitch is also taken for a ball.
Chisel steals second.
So that'll put runners on second and third. There are 2 outs. All of this started happening after 2 outs that were recorded in the inning. Here's the pitch by Ladderberg. The pitch is taken outside for strike. Makes the count 1-2. Ladderberg comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is outside for a ball. Evens our count 2-2. Tucker's up to 81 pitches. Here's the pitch. That pitch is hit sharply right up the middle and into center field for a base hit. That's going to score 2 runs.
Jack Miller with the 2 RBI single to
Makes our score 4-0.
Chisel.
Jesup Jayhawks have the lead.
4-0.
That'll bring up Kyle Bucknell.
Catcher number 1, Kyle
He's their
Bucknell.
catcher. He's 0 for 2 so far today. He reached on an error, later scored a run and back in that first inning. Kyle's got 2 hits so far this season. He's also got 2 walks. Miller takes off. Tucker throws over to first. Back to Jesup. Justice fakes the throw, and they got him. So we'll record that. Justice Kelly to Ladderberg for the 3rd out of the inning. That'll go down as a caught stealing.
To Coleman, to Kelly, to Coleman.
No, Ladderberg. Ladderberg was on the end.
4 out, number 3.
So that'll give Jayhawks 2 runs on 1 hit.
2 runs on 1 hit, 1 warrior.
There was 1 error. They left 1 on base. Well, actually, they didn't leave anybody on base. So we're getting set for the top of the 5th inning. Kyle Bucknell was at the plate when they picked off Jack Miller, so he'll get another at-bat. The last one was unofficial. Here's the pitch by Ladeberg. Pitch is taken outside for a ball. I asked Kyle who his favorite player was. Said Spencer Lee, the Hawkeye wrestler. I asked for professional athlete, but I let that one slide. That's a pretty good. He's probably going to be a professional athlete in wrestling. That pitch is hit on the right-hand side, out of play. Makes her count 1-2. Probably be remembered as one of the better wrestlers in Iowa Hawkeye history. I mean, there's been quite a few of them. Ladeberg comes set. Here's the pitch. Pitch is taken outside for a ball. Here's the pitch. Pitch is swung on, hit high up in the air, but it's going to go foul. Our count remains 2-2. That pitch is taken down low. It's a full count now. Here's a pitch by Ladeberg. That pitch is swung on. Slow roller to the shortstop. Justice Kelly picks it up, throws it over to Kuhlman for out number 1.
Grounds out the shortstop, Justice Kelly to Jackson Kuhlman for out number 1.
That'll bring up Tice Larson.
Number 27, Tice Larson.
He's a freshman. He's got 1 hit on the season so far. Oh, he got a hit in this game, too, so that's his 2nd hit of the season. There's the pitch from Ladeberg, taken outside. He's 1 for 1. He got an RBI. I think he got hit by a pitch the other time. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. Tice is our Mike Trout favorite player. Here's a pitch. That pitch is smashed down the third baseline, but foul. He got a good part of the barrel on that, but hit it foul. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3.
Strikes out for out number 2.
That'll give us 2 outs on the inning. This has been the hard spot for Ladeberg to finish off the inning. Nick Moore's now at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. I think he got hit by a pitch, too. Swung on and missed for strike one on the first pitch. That pitch is swung on, hit weakly to Hesse, who drops it. That'll be the 5th error on the Warriors.
Now batting third baseman, number 11, Landon Vogel.
That'll bring up Landon Vogel. Said his favorite athlete. At first he told me Javi Baez, which I like because that's my favorite player when he was with the Cubs. Then he came back and said, I want to change mine to Bryce Harper. So I'm like, okay, I'll let you. His favorite athlete is Bryce Harper. That pitch is taken on the outside corner for a strike. I didn't mention Nick Moore's. Michael Jordan is his favorite athlete. He's not old enough to have seen Michael Jordan play, but it's still a pretty common favorite athlete. He takes second base on that.
Moore steals second.
So he's now standing on second base. Counts now 0-2. Here's the pitch from Latteberg, taken outside for a ball. Vogel's 0 for 2 so far in today's game. Here's the pitch by Latteberg, taken outside. That evens our count, 2-2. That was Latteberg's 100th pitch so far this game. He's only got 10 more. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. Makes our count full, 3-2. There are 2 outs in the inning. Got Treptow standing on deck. That pitch is taken down low, and it gets away from Jake Shore. So Moore will advance to third, and Vogel will take first base on that wild pitch.
Now batting left fielder, number 22, Ryan Treptow.
Ryan Treptow is 0 for 2 so far in this game. He's just a sophomore. Got 1 hit on the season. Told me his favorite player was Joe Montana, and even his coaches had a hard time believing that one. Vogel was going on that pitch. He'll take second easily. Jake just threw it to Schmitz just to make sure the runner wasn't going from third. He wasn't. That puts runners on second and third. That pitch is hit, chopped to on the first base side. He picks it up before it goes foul, and he'll tag the. Oh, home plate umpire called it foul. Our count remains full, 3-2. That pitch is hit sharply to the shortstop. Justice picks it up, guns it over to first, and he'll make the play. That's the 3rd out of the inning. Get out of it with no runs scored. Our score remains Jesup Jayhawks 4, Wapsie Valley 0. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th inning. All right, we're ready for the bottom of the 5th inning. Hesse's due up to the plate along with Kuhlman and Bellis. Hesse's only a freshman. He takes that first pitch for a strike. Blake Hesse's favorite elementary teacher was Mrs. Wittenberg, Miss Wittenberg. His 3rd grade teacher. That pitch was taken for a ball. Makes our count 1-1. That pitch is also a little low for ball 2. Dahl's working quickly. He's only at 37 pitches. Wapsie's not made him work at all. That pitch was fouled off. Evens our count 2-2. So he's likely to go the distance unless Wapsie can get him into some trouble. The bats have been quiet. That pitch is taken inside for a ball. Almost hit him. Makes our count full. Dahl's only allowed 1 base runner. That was the last inning. He hit Jake Shore. Hesse hits the ball right to the 3rd baseman, who guns it over to first for out number 1.
Hesse grounds out to the 3rd baseman, Landon Vogel to Caleb Chisel for out number 1.
That'll bring up Jackson Kuhlman,
Next up to bat for the Warriors.
one of the Warriors' 4 seniors on the team. Jackson said his favorite elementary teacher was Miss Bush. Over in Reedland. Here's the pitch. Taken outside for a ball. Here's the pitch by Dahl. Swung on and missed for a strike. Makes our count 1-1. And here's a pitch taken outside for ball number 2. Like I said, Jackson's been one of our top hitters lately. I think he's got a 3-game hitting streak going. That pitch is hit right up the middle. It might get through. The second baseman cuts it off, but he's not going to have a play. That'll be Wapsie's first hit of the game. Maybe that'll get us something going. Brings up Briar Bellis. Briar Bellis is an 8th grader. Got 3 hits on the season so far. His favorite teacher is also Mrs. Bauska, Miss Bauska. I believe all 4 of my kids had Miss Bauska. Karen, she lives in Owine. Bellis hits the ball, and pitcher will throw it away. So that'll get past the first baseman, and that'll move the runners up to 2nd and 3rd. Give Bellis an infield hit on that, though. But that'll get an error on Dahl. Now Wapsie's got something going. That's the 2nd hit of the game. Good thinking by Briar Bellis. He laid down a nice bunt there, so it made Dahl rush to throw. So here's the pitch from Dahl for right across the plate for a strike. Manny Hebner's now at the plate. He's 0 for 1. Manny Hebner's favorite elementary teacher was Miss Buckholt as well. So that's 2 mentions for her. That pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. 1-1's our count. That pitch is taken right across the plate for strike number 2. So we've had multiple mentions from Mrs. Bauska, Mrs. Buckholt, Mrs. Lenth. I hope you're watching. That pitch is hit toward the 3rd base side. 3rd baseman will pick it up, throw it over to first in time. But Wapsie has scored their first run on that. So give Manny Hebner an RBI, which is his 5th on the season. Jackson Kuhlman gets us on the board. That'll bring up Mason Harder. Mason swung on and missed for strike one. 2 outs in the inning. Mason's looking for his second hit of the season. That pitch is taken outside. Mason's favorite teacher is Mrs. Hahn. Now, he would have been in Sigourney at the time. He didn't come to Wapsie until, I want to say, his sophomore year. That pitch is taken low for a ball. So, Mrs. Hahn, if you're out there watching your former student, you were his favorite teacher. That pitch is taken on the outside corner for strike number 2. All the way down in Sigourney. That pitch is taken for strike 3. Well, Wapsie gets on the board. They score a run on 2 hits. 1 runner left on base. Our score is now Jesup 4, Wapsie Valley 1. Couple position changes in the top of the 6th inning. We've got Hunter Curley now in at pitcher. Moving over to first base is Tucker Latterberg. Jackson Kuhlman is still in the game, but he'll now be the DH. So he'll remain in the position. Ryan Durham's now at the plate. He takes the first pitch for a strike. Hunter Curley throws mid-70s. Tops out at 77 his fastball. Also has a curveball. Throws an occasional changeup. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. I think he tried to use his change right there. Just couldn't find a grip on it. And here's the pitch. I believe that's his curveball, actually. Ball 2. 2-1. That pitch is swung on and hit fouled straight back. Evens their count 2-2. Hunter's pitched 5 innings so far this season. Opponents are only batting .235. He's given up a couple runs. That pitch is taken outside for. Oh, nope, it's called strike 3 for out number 1. That'll bring up the Jayhawk top of the lineup. Brevin Dahl, he's 0 for 2 so far in the game. Does have a walk. That pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner. Umpire's been consistent on that ball on the outside part of the plate. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. And here's the pitch. That pitch is fouled straight back. Hunter struck out 8 so far this season. in only 5 innings of work. Walked only 5. He's going to be a good pitcher. He's only a freshman. And here's the pitch. Can't quite find that curveball yet. Our count's 1-2. Another one thrown outside. 2-2. And here's the pitch. That pitch is a little low. Makes our count full. That pitch is hit high up in the air. Center fielder Bryce Bellis is under it and makes the catch. That ball had some carry to it. It didn't sound really hard off the bat, but it jumped out there to the center fielder. That's 2 outs now for the Warriors. That'll bring up Caleb Chisel. He's a junior. He's 0 for 2 so far in this game, but does have a walk. That pitch is fouled straight back. He struck out twice. He's our Packers fan. His favorite player is Aaron Rodgers. Here's the pitch from Ladeberg. That pitch is taken for a strike. That's strike 2. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So no runs, no hits, no errors. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Our score remains Jesup 4, Warriors 1. Okay, we're back here for the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now batting for the Warriors, second baseman number
We're at the
1,
top of the lineup for the Warriors.
Schmidt.
Kane Schmitz is now due up. He's 0 for 2. Here's a pitch by Dahl, taken outside for a ball. That pitch is also outside for ball 2. Here's a pitch. Ball 3. Kane's way ahead. My guess is he's probably going to take one here. Make him throw a strike, maybe 2. Oh, didn't get one. That's ball 4.
Draws the walk.
So that'll give Kane Schmitz an on base,
Stop number 22,
taking first base with that walk.
Justice Kelly.
And that brings up Justice Kelly. With no outs, I'm sure he'll be looking to advance the runner here. That pitch is taken outside. Justice is 0 for 2 so far in this game. He struck out back in the 1st inning, popped out, I think, the 2nd time. And that pitch is taken for a strike. He checked his swing, so I think it was just called a strike. Gets his play from Coach Jakin at third, who's coaching third base. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. Got Shore on deck. Sure would like to get a couple base runners on in front of him. Got one so far. Would like to get Justice on. Justice has made quite a few plays at short defensively. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Got to be careful out there. That outside pitch has been called a strike, and it's been consistent. So hitters can't complain. As long as that umpire is being consistent, that's all you can ask. It's very tough umpiring behind home plate. That pitch is poked into right field for a single. That'll get our third hit of the game and puts runners on first and second. That was a nice piece of hitting by Justice. He just took the pitch the other way. Didn't try to do much with it. That'll bring up Jake Shore. Jake is 0 for 1. I think he got hit the last time at bat. So he's been on base once, but he's looking for a hit here. This pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. Wapsie's got something going. Dole's only at 64 pitches. And it is a sixth inning. That pitch is taken outside. Ball 2. It is a very hot day out, though. Here comes the coach. That's Bruce Wall coming out to talk to his pitcher. My wife works at Jesup Schools as a para-teacher. She says she talks to Coach Wall once in a while. Loves talking baseball. Very nice guy. I don't know if you guys caught his keys to the game or not. Again, I don't remember if I had that mute button on or off. That's what happens when you got a rookie running this thing. But the meeting's over. They're ready to go again. It was a quick meeting. Here's the pitch from Dahl. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Makes their count 3-0. Jake isn't aggressive. Coach is going to give him the green light. So if he sees something he likes, he's going to swing at it. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. So that'll load the bases for Tucker Latteberg. Latteberg coincidentally leads the team in RBIs with 8. So this is the man that you want to see in the batter's box with the bases loaded, because Tucker can clear them. Here's the pitch from Dahl way outside, and it gets away from Bucknell. Runners don't advance, though. That is a tough. Our backstop is not very far from home plate, and plus you got that wood at the bottom. It's going to bounce. You got to get the right bounce on it in order to score. And coach is being conservative. He doesn't want to make an out at the plate. Down 3 runs. Here's the pitch from Dahl. That ball is also outside. Dahl's having some issues with his command right now. He's been really good so far this game. Out there comes the coach. I think he's going to make a pitching change. We'll see who he brings in. Yep, Dahl is giving the ball to his coach. Well, he took it back. I think coach is going to leave him in there. In high school, you can make more than one trip to the mound. So our count's still 2-0. Latteberg's in a good spot here, being way ahead in the count. Here's a pitch by Dahl. That ball is taken on the inside corner for a strike. That pitch is swung on, fouled straight back. Evens our count 2-2. Dahl does throw a curveball, slider, changeup. He's got 4 different pitches. I think he's used them all in this game. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. We got a full count now. Blake Hesse standing on deck. He'd like to have an RBI opportunity. Here's the pitch. It's taken upstairs for ball 4. That'll score our second run of the game.
And the RBI is Schmitz scores for the Warriors.
That'll give Tucker his 9th RBI of the season.
Now batting, third baseman number 24.
Leaves our bases loaded for Blake Bellis. Now I think the coach is going to make a change. He's coming back out. Bruce Wall, I think, is going to take the ball from his pitcher this time. Yep, he does. Very good game by Dahl. He was very tough to hit the first 5 innings. So we're going to see who he brings in, and we'll get the changes here in.
Changes for the Jayhawks. Coming to pitch, Jack Miller. At third base, number 27, Tice Larson.
So changes here. Landon Vogel moves over to shortstop. Tice Larson's now at third. They bring in their ace pitcher, Jack Miller, to try to close this game down. The coach wants to preserve this lead, and I don't blame him. Jack has been very tough to hit. He's only given up 2 hits in his first start against Sumner Fredericksburg. Pitched 7 innings, struck out 14. Hesse stands in there and takes a strike. Jack Miller is supposed to start game 2. He probably still will because they only need to get 2 more innings here. And here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is down low. Bucknell was able to block it. Makes our count 1-1. That pitch is taken way outside for a ball. Jack hasn't walked anybody yet this season. Hesse's 0 for 2 so far. He'd like to get his first hit right here. It would score at least a couple. That pitch is chopped up the middle. It's a slow roller. The shortstop guns it over to first. And it's called an out. Hesse's not happy with the call, but there's no instant replay in high school ball. But we scored a run. He did get an RBI. Justice scored the 3rd run for the Warriors. It makes our score 4-3. Coach Jakin is out there talking to the first base umpire. He wants to appeal it with the home plate umpire. I don't see them making any changes, though, because that first base umpire, he's standing, he's got a good view of it. And, yeah, he's going to lose this. But that's only the first out of the inning. Wapsie still has runners on second and third. Jackson Kuhlman, who's been the team's hottest hitter as of late. He's batting .391 coming into this game. He's 1 for 2 so far as well. Yeah, he was 3 for 3 in that first game against Key. Here's the pitch from Miller, taken right across the plate for strike number 1. Tying run standing on third, go-ahead runs on second. Here's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is outside. Makes their count 1-1. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken, that hit right at the second baseman, but that's going to score a run. That's our tying run right there. That's makes our score 4-4. Durham gets the assist to Chisel, who gets the out at first base. That'll bring up Briar Bellis. I think I called him Bryce last time when he recorded an out in center field. He's Briar. That pitch is taken inside for a strike. Inside part of the plate. Briar's used to it. At least I didn't call him his brother's name, Blade. He's used to hearing that too. Here's a pitch from Miller. That pitch is pounded right at the second baseman, who caught it on the fly for out number 3. Good hit by Briar Bellis, but it was right at the second baseman. The Warriors get 4 runs though. They tie the game 4-4. They got 3 runs in that inning. We're going to head to the 7th inning. This game is now a good one. We're ready to go here in the top half of the 7th inning. This is our final inning of the first game of our doubleheader. Leading off for the Jayhawks will be Jack Miller. Jack is 1 out of 2. He's got 2 RBIs, scored a run back in that first inning on a walk. Here's the pitch from Curley. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. That was a nice curveball by Curley. Hopefully he's found the grip on that. Here's the pitch. That pitch is upstairs for a ball. A little outside on that one. Makes our count 2-1. Miller's favorite athlete was Derek Jeter. Yankees fan. He's way ahead in the account now, 3-1. Jack would like to get on base because he will steal. That pitch is taken across the plate for strike number 2. Makes our count full. That's what Curley's got to do. He's got to make him earn it. Here's the pitch by Curley. That pitch is swung on. Hit high up in the air. It's fairly deep, but Manny Hebner's underneath it, and he'll make the play. So that's the first out of the inning. That's a big out for the Warriors. You want to keep Miller off base because he will turn any walk into a triple. Brings up Kyle Bucknell. He's 0 for 3 so far. He has scored a run. Here's the pitch from Curley. That pitch is popped up high up in the air, but I think it's out of play. Yep, it is on the first base side. Jake Shore gives it a good look, but he couldn't get to it. Makes their count 0-1. And here's the pitch right across the plate for strike number 2. Here comes Curley. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Again, I think it's that curveball that's failing him. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on, hit right back to the pitcher. Curley got it, throws it over to Tucker Latteberg for out number 2. So that'll bring up the third baseman, Tice Larson. He's 1 out of 2 so far in today's game. He's got an RBI. He's got one of only 2 Jayhawk hits in this game. That pitch is out. Still taken for a strike. Again, that outside corner has been consistent. The umpire has been calling that all game. Jayhawks have taken advantage of walks have been given, 5 errors. That pitch is hit high up in the air. Bryce Bellis has got it. Briar Bellis has got it. There I go again, calling it Bryce. That's a third out of the inning. We're going to head to the bottom of the 7th inning. This is it, folks. If Wapsie can scrape across the run against Jack Miller, they can win this first game. So in the second inning, or in the bottom of the 7th inning, we've got Manny Hebner due up. Let me see who else. Hebner, Harder, and then back to the top, which is Kane Schmidt. All right, we're back for the bottom of the 7th inning. Would like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Access Systems, Van Dale Insurance, and Casa Sports Bar and Grill. Thank you for sponsoring tonight's live stream. First up for the Warriors, Manny Hebner. Manny's 0 for 2. He does have an RBI, though. Take that first pitch upstairs for a ball. Oops, sorry, I haven't cleared the scoreboard yet. And we're in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Miller is very tough to hit. Only gave up 2 in that first game against Sumner Fredericksburg. And here's the pitch. That pitch is checked, but he's going to call it a strike. I think he went too far. Hebner steps back in. Miller gets a sign, and he comes set. Here's the pitch. That pitch is down low, gets past Kyle Bucknell for ball 2. And then he throws it to Jack Miller wildly. Shortstop bobbles it, picks it up. That's Vogel. Landon Vogel. out at shortstop. Here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is taken for strike 3. That's our first out of the inning.
Strikes out for out number 1.
And that'll bring up Mike Harder.
Pitch hitting the Warriors, number 27.
Not Mike Harder.
Shore.
Tyler Shore. Sorry about that. Tyler Shore is getting his first chance to pinch hit for the Warriors. So he has no official at-bats as a varsity player. He's gotten a few hits on junior varsity. He pitched against Key in the second game and pitched very well. Got us out of a 7th inning jam where runners on first and second, nobody out, and he was able to pitch through it. Takes that first pitch for a ball. Got himself a save. I believe that's his first varsity save. Pitched the last 3 innings, if I recall correctly. Took that pitch outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. I'm sure Mason Harder will be back out in right field. That pitch is taken inside part of the plate for strike 1. 2-1's our count. Miller comes set. Here's the pitch. That pitch is upstairs for a ball. Tyler is a patient hitter. He'll take a walk if you give it to him. Miller comes set. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. Miller can get it up there. He throws mid-80s on his fastball. And he's got 4 pitches. Trying to look for my notes here. That pitch is right across the plate for strike 3.
Shore strikes out for out number 2. Now up for the Warriors.
Yeah, Miller's got a curveball, slider, changeup, throws mid-80s. That'll bring up the top of our lineup. Kane Schmitz is due up. He took a walk in the first inning, scored a run. Not in the first inning, the last inning. Here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is swung on, hit on the right side. The first baseman picks it up, flips it to Miller for out number 3. So no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We're going to head to the 8th inning, folks. You're getting extra innings. Bonus coverage tonight at Wapsie Valley Warrior Stadium. Our score is tied. Goes. All right, we're back for the top of the 8th inning. That pitch is taken on the outside corner of the plate for a strike. Nick Moore's our batter for the Jayhawks. That pitch is on the inside part of the plate for strike number 2. Nick is 0 for 2 so far in the game. And here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up in the air, and behind the press box. Here's the pitch from Curley. That pitch is swung on, hit right at the short, lined at the shortstop. Justice Kelly catches it for out number 1. That'll bring up the shortstop, Landon Vogel. He's a sophomore. 0 for 2 so far in today's game. He was a Bryce Harper fan. That pitch is taken across the plate for strike 1. That looked like a curveball. There, and that pitch is taken outside. 1-1's our count. Here's the pitch. That pitch is popped up in the air, but it's going to go out of play on the first base side. But it does make our count 1-2. Curley comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is curved up there, but outside for a ball. Here's the pitch from Curley. Swung on, fouled right to the first base side backstop. Into the net. Our count's 2-2. Vogel's got 1 hit on the season so far, but he strikes out here for out number 2. That'll bring up the left fielder, Ryan Treptow. He's a sophomore. 0 for 3 so far in this game. He's got 1 hit on the season, though. A couple of walks. That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. Again, Dan Klein's been very consistent on that pitch. And this pitch is on the inside part, but it doesn't get across the plate, so that'll be 1-1. Curley comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed down in the dirt. That was a 65-mile-an-hour, looked like a changeup. But that'll be strike 2. Makes our count 1-2 on Treptow. That pitch is outside. Evens the count 2-2. I think Ryan should have stuck with Javi Baez as his favorite player. That pitch is outside. Got a full count now, 3-2. Don't want to walk him here. There's a pitch, swung on, chopped to the third baseman. Hesse picks it up, guns it across to first base for out number 3. So that'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Wapsie Valley has cleaned up some of their defense. The score is still 4-4. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. Who do we have due up here? I think Justice Kelly. Yep, Justice Kelly, Jake Shore, and Tucker
to bat for the Warriors.
All right, we're back
Number 22,
for the bottom of the 8th inning. Justice Kelly is up at the plate. He's 1 out of 3 so far today. I believe he got a hit off Miller last season. Let's see how he does here. There's the pitch, swung on, fouled on the first base side, out of play. Miller got 22 pitches so far in this game. If he gets to 40, he can't pitch in the second game. So it'll be interesting to see how long Coach goes with him. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on, chopped down to third base side, but Tom Jakin picks it up in foul grounds, flips it to the third baseman, and now it's back to the pitcher for strike number 2. So you want to make Miller work if you're the Warriors. And here's the pitch. That pitch is chopped on the third base side. It's a swing and bunt. That's going to be trouble, and that's going to go for a hit. Sometimes those swinging bunts can lead to base hits, and that's what happened here.
Next up to bat, catcher number 18, Jake
Now that brings somebody to the plate that's really good at hitting fastballs, and that's Jake Shore. And you'll notice Jake will position his feet toward the back of the batter's box because he knows Miller can get it up there. And here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is taken, called a strike, outside corner of the plate. Miller checks the runner. Justice has got his lead over there. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken down low. 1-1's our count. Had my grandson come up to say hi. Then paper blew off there. Oh, goes over to first. But Justice is back in there. Count remains 1-1. Kelly gets his lead over at first. Same lead he had before. Here's the pitch by Miller. Taken outside for a ball. 2-1. Again, every pitch that Miller throws is very important, both for Jesup and for Wapsie. Here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is taken down low. Justice takes off from first, and he's going to be in there. Yep, he's going to be in there for a stolen base. Nope, sorry, I didn't put the runner on base. So I'll give Justice Kelly a stolen base. That's his 3rd of the season. And Shore now is ahead of the count 3-1. Justice gets his lead at second base. Here's the pitch. That pitch is right across the plate. Nice curveball by Miller. That just froze Shore. That's what makes Miller a very good pitcher. He can get this fastball up the mid-80s, and then he can throw a hook and a changeup at you. There is a line drive, and that'll get down for a base hit. And that'll score Justice Kelly. It gets past Kyle Bucknell. That'll be the winner. Justice Kelly scored the winning run. Give Jake Shore the game-winning hit and RBI. What an exciting game, folks. Wapsie come out looking really flat those first couple innings, making a bunch of errors. Tucker got himself into trouble with some walks. But the Warriors get it all together, and they come back and win this game 5-4. That's an important win to start the conference season with. Like I said in the pregame, if you guys heard my pregame, this is a North Iowa Cedar Conference game. They're both in the East pod. So that'll give Wapsie an advantage over Jesup. Actually won the conference last year. They had 10 wins on 3 defeats, and I think Wapsie was 9-4 last season in conference play. So it's a very important win. Let me try to give you the totals here. So we've got Wapsie down for, let me start with Jesup. Jesup got 2 hits. They scored 4 runs, 4 walks, had 3 RBIs, struck out 10 times. And the losing pitcher is going to be Jake Miller, who didn't get to 40 pitches. So I would expect him to be our Game 2 starter. He pitched 2 innings, gave up a run. It was earned. It's his first earned run of the season. He struck out 2, gave up 2 hits. For the Wapsie Valley Warriors, they got 5 runs on 5 hits and 3 walks, only struck out 5 times. Winning pitcher in today's game is going to go to Hunter Curley. He pitched the last 3 innings, didn't give up any hits, no walks. He struck out 3. So that'll do it for the game number 1 here at Wapsie Valley Field. Again, our final score is Wapsie Valley 5, Jesup 4. Both teams are going to be taking a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with Game 2, I would say, in about a half hour. So we'll see you back here in about 30 to 40 minutes. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back.
Jayhawks.
All right, Warrior fans, we're back for our second game.
Miller. Batting second and playing third base, number 3, Cale
Let me get up
Chisel.
what the lineup will look like. Here's what it looks like for the Warriors.
He'll be hitting for first base.
At pitcher will be Kane Schmitz.
Batting fourth,
His
catching number
batting mate will be Jake Shore at catcher. Over at first base will be Tucker Latterberg. At second base, Manny Hebner. Over at shortstop will be Justice Kelly. At third base is Blake Hesse. Playing right field is Mason Harder. In center field is Briar Bellis. And in left field will be Jackson Kuhlman. For the Jesup Jayhawks. Here's their starting lineup. They did change it up a little bit. Leading off will now be Jack Miller. He's going to be their pitcher. Batting second will be Cade Chisel. Batting third is Brevin Dahl. Batting the cleanup spot will be Kyle Bucknell. Batting fifth is their center fielder, Tice Larson. Batting sixth in right field will be Nick Moore. Batting seventh will be their shortstop, Landon Vogel. In left field, Ryan Treptow will be playing left field. And then batting ninth is their second baseman, Ryan Durham. Would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. This season's live stream has been sponsored by Access Systems. They are an Iowa-based company with offices across the state of Iowa and surrounding states. They feature copiers and printing solutions along with IT and phone solutions. They keep offices connected. Vandale Insurance in Fairbank. They can help you with auto, home, health, life, crop, and commercial insurance. Talk to Amber or Chad Vandale or any one of their fine agents. Also, Costas Sports Bar and Grill in Fairbank. If you are looking for a nice place to watch the game or take the family out for dinner, they do it all at Costas Sports Bar and Grill. Stop in and say hi to Benny and Nita. They're terrific people and are great and run a great business in Fairbank. Thank you for becoming a sponsor and supporting our Wapsie Valley Baseball live stream. Folks, if you're enjoying the live stream and own or run a business, consider being a sponsor, as there are plenty of opportunities. If you would like to make an individual donation, you can either donate directly to the Wapsie Valley Schools or at Wapsie Valley on Venmo. Again, that's at Wapsie Valley, all one word, on Venmo. Contact Brett Bergman for more information. So we're getting ready to start the second game. Kane Schmitz is going to be our starting pitcher. He features a 75, 80-mile-an-hour fastball. He throws a slider, which is his top secondary pitch, but he also throws a curveball and a changeup. He's 2-0 on the season so far. He's pitched in 2 games, got the win in both. He's only given up 9 runs, only 2 of them earned. He's given up 4 walks. He's hit 4 batters, but he struck out 13. His ERA is only 1.17. Opponents are only batting 149 against him so far this season. So leading off for the Jesup Jayhawks will be their leading hitter, Jack Miller. Jack Miller has 3 hits on the season. He had 1 in the first game. Sorry about that. I need to get that overlay off. That pitch is hit high up in the air, but it's caught by Mason Harder for out number 1.
Mason Harder for out number 1. Next up to bat, third baseman number 3, Cale Chisel.
I think I might have closed down my control. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. When you have a second, I need my control back. I think I X'd out of it looking for it. Sorry about that, folks. I'm doing both the play-by-play and running the graphics that you see on the screen. That ball is hit to Justice Kelly, who will get it over to first base in time for out number 2.
Chisel grounds out to the shortstop. Justice Kelly to Tucker Latterberg for out number 2.
That was Cale Chisel at bat.
Next up to
That'll bring up Brevin Dahl. He was the pitcher in the first game. He pitched a terrific game. It didn't get out of hand for him until about I want to say the 6th inning is when he lost some of his control. Walked a few batters. And here's the pitch by Smith. That ball's hit up the middle. Weakly hit. Manny Hebner picks it up, throws it over to first. Tucker Latterberg to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Wapsie Valley cleaned up their defense that time. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Our score is 0-0. We'll be back here in just all right, folks. Sorry about that. We had to clean up some of our graphics. And I completely X'd out of the control box, which is where I put down the balls and the strikes so you folks can see. I'm new at this. Hopefully you guys let me use that excuse all season. That first pitch is taken for a strike. I didn't see that one. Ball. Counts 1-1 now on Kane Schmitz. Jack Miller is up there back on the mound for the Jayhawks. That pitch is fouled off for strike number 2. They actually did score off Jack Miller. It was his first earned run that he's given up this season. Jack Miller took the loss in that first game. He only threw 30 pitches, though. So that's why he's able to come out and pitch again in this first inning. There's a pitch swung on and missed. Ball gets down in the dirt, so Bucknell will throw it over the first baseman's head. So Kane Schmitz will reach on a drop third strike. Kyle Bucknell will get the first error of the game. And that'll bring up Justice Kelly. Justice got 2 hits in that first game. He's the one that scored the winning run for the Warriors. Interesting call I found out by talking to the players that when Justice stole second base, he actually read the play wrong. So he wasn't even supposed to steal. Luckily, he made it. Otherwise, I'm sure the coach would have had to give him a little bit of a talking to. But Justice was safe and went on to score that winning run. Well, here's the pitch by Miller. That pitch is taken down low for ball 2. Miller is their best pitcher. He's been a good one the past couple of seasons. I believe he's been playing varsity ball since he was a freshman, if not even as an 8th grader. That ball's fouled back for strike 1. He does have a live fastball. He throws 4 pitches. Can't find my notes or I'd tell you what they were. I think curveball, changeup, or a couple of them. my notes. Oh, he throws a slider, too. That pitch is fouled straight back for strike 2. That'll make our count 2-2.
In this game, 8 total, both games 30.
Just steps back in the batter's box. Miller gets his sign, checks the runner. Comes set. And here's the pitch. That pitch is hit on the first base side, but foul. Justice needed to get a new cheat sheet. It's what has the codes on there, and it tells them what the plays are when the coach just calls out a number. And Justice must not have had the right one in his pocket. So that's taken care of. Miller comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is taken down low, gets past Bucknell, but nothing doing. Brings our count full, though. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Justice was 2 out of 4 in that first game. Miller comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and fouled right out. That pitch was 83 miles an hour. I tell you, Miller can get that up, that fastball up there. All right, Justice got the sign from the coach. Miller checks the runner, comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is taken out. Oh, called third strike. Schmitz takes off from first base, and he'll get the stolen base, but that'll be the first out.
Out number 1, Schmitz steals second.
It is a different umpire behind the plate. This is Mike Haslett, as Dan Klein goes out to the first base. Looks like he's going to call that outside pitch. So that'll bring up Jake Shore. Jake went 1 for 2 in that first game. He drove in the winning run. Here's the pitch. That pitch swung on, chopped to the third baseman. He scoops it up, throws it across, but it will get away from the first baseman. Actually, the first baseman catches it, but it drew him off the bag. So he'll reach on the error. That error will be on the throw from the third baseman. Chisel is over at third. Bergman's our first baseman. That'll bring up Tucker Latteberg with the scoring opportunity here. Runners on first and third, only 1 out. Tucker went 0 for 2 in the first game. Did have an RBI, though. Got a walk. Hunter Curley comes in the courtesy run for Kane Schmitz at third base. Kane is our pitcher, so they can do that. He can courtesy run for either the pitcher or the catcher. Looks like Latteberg got himself ready. And Miller comes set. Here's the pitch. That pitch is a curveball, 72 mile an hour. Taken for a strike. That's what makes Miller so good. He throws that mid-80s for a fastball, and then he can come back and get you with a changeup curveball that's mid-70s. That really throws a hitter off. They have to pick up the spin. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken up and in for a ball. Coach calls out the play. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside. Shore is going to get second base. So that'll put runners at second and third. I believe that's Jake's 5th stolen base on the season. Don't know if he had one last game or not. Nope. Justice was the only one that had a stolen base, and that was off a broken play or a misread. They got a pretty good catcher behind the plate. That pitch is taken for a strike. Makes their count 1-2. I'm sorry, that's 2-2. And here's the pitch. That pitch is across the outside corner of the plate for strike 3. So that's the second out of the inning.
Next up to bat, third baseman number 24.
That'll bring up Blake Hesse. Blake was 0 for 3 in that first game. Did have an RBI, though. He'd like to get his first hit of the day. Here's the pitch from Miller. Curve ball, 74-mile-an-hour curve ball taken for a strike. Hesse's their third baseman. I haven't given a shout-out to his Aunt Mayor yet. I think I'm finally saying that name right. Aunt Mayor, if you're out there listening, this shout-out is for you from Blake Hesse, your nephew. 1-1? 1-1 for count now. Here's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is called a strike in the outside corner. 1-2 is now the count. They're going to have to go get that outside corner, that pitch. Umpire keeps calling it. That pitch is hit, smashed. It's in the gap, but the shortstop gets it. He throws it over, and the umpire calls him out. So Wapsie threatens but does not score. Wind up with 2 runs left on base. No hits, no runs. I think there was an error or 2. But we'll be back for the top of the All right, we're ready for the second inning. Before we get there, I wanted to give you the keys of the game. Costa's serving up success keys to the game from the coach. Hitting, playing defense, and getting production from the bottom of the order. That's from the coach. Thank you, Costas, for being a sponsor. I'm going to clear that off, bring back up the scoreboard. Board did a good job making that graphic for me, so I had to get it in there. Coach's keys of the game. We'll call that Costas. Keys of success. Serving up success. Thank you, Costas, for being a sponsor of our live stream. Bucknell is taking a breather. He did foul that first pitch off his foot. I'm sure Kyle's taking a few of those as a catcher. He's walking around now, shaking off that foot. Looks like it got him on the left one. Looks like Kyle's ready. My wife enjoys talking to Kyle. Like I said, she's a para teacher at Jesup schools. So he's really chatty. He likes to talk sports with my wife. My wife loves talking sports. Now here's the pitch from Schmidt. That pitch is taken for a ball. Makes her count 1-1. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. Makes her count 1-2. I don't think Kyle got a hit in that first game. He swings and missed for strike 3. I'm sorry, he was 0 for 4. But he strikes out here for out number 1.
Next up to bat, center fielder number 27, Tice Larson.
And that'll bring up the center fielder, Tice Larson. He had a hit in that first game. He's 1 out of 3. He is Jesup's center fielder. He hits that ball foul. Kane is ready. Here's the pitch. That pitch gets him right on the side. Larson tosses the ball away in disgust. I'm sure he's feeling that one. That was in there at 78 mile an hour. I'm sure that doesn't feel very good. That'll bring up Nick Moore. He's their right fielder. He went 0 for 3 in the first game. Larson gets his lead over at first. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Mitch is ready. Runner takes off from first. Shore gets up just as fields the ball, but he's not going to have any opportunity to tag the runner out. So he'll get a stolen base. Credit Larson with the stolen base there. That's his second on the season. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That swung on and missed for strike 1. Evens our count 1-1. Shore asked for time. Want to make sure he got the signs correct. It was a real brief meeting. Moore steps back into the batter's box. And here's the pitch. That's swung on, chopped down to third base line. Hesse's got to hurry. He guns it over to first, and he gets him for out number 2. Advancing on the play is Larson. He moves over to third base. But that'll give the Warriors 2 outs. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Landon Vogel. He was 0 for 3 in the first game, but did get a walk. So he got on base once. Here's the pitch, a little outside for ball 1. Treptow is standing in the on-deck circle. There's the pitch that's chopped to the third baseman. Blake's got it. He guns it over to first. And he's got it for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. Our score remains scoreless. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. Due up for the Warriors will be Kuhlman, Bellis, and Heben. All right, we're back for the bottom of the second inning.
Coming up to bat for the Warriors, left fielder number 31.
Jackson Kuhlman is due up
Kuhlman.
for the Warriors. He kept his hitting streak alive. I believe it's at 4 games now. He's 1 for 3 in that first game. Scored a run, drove in an RBI. He's been Wapsie's leading hitter the past couple games. He took that pitch upstairs for a ball. He came into this game, in the previous game, leading the team in batting average. And I would think he would still be the leader. It's at 391 coming in. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. Miller's got 22 pitches. He threw 30 in that first game. But he gets 110 on the day. So we'll see how far he'll be able to get into this game. He completed the first one. And then the first game against Sumner Fredericksburg, he pitched a complete game. So he's used to throwing the ball up there in pitch count. Kuhlman fouls that one off for strike 2. Makes our count 1-2. Miller's looking for the sign. He gets it. And here's the pitch. That pitch catches the inside part of the plate for strike 3. Kuhlman bangs his bat down to the ground. He doesn't like it, but the umpire has been consistent on that call. That'll bring up Briar Bellis. Briar got himself a bunt single in the first game, so he was 1 out of 3. He now has 4 hits on the season. He swung on and fouled that on the third base side for strike 1. Third baseman did come in a couple of steps. He's playing in front of the bag now, just in case Briar wants to try that bunt again. There's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is taken outside. 1-1. That's good for Briar to get himself a bunt hit like that. That gets in the mind of the defense. Makes it easier to get a hit over there. That pitch is inside for a ball. Because as a defender, you want to stand behind the bag. Gives you a better chance to react to it. And here's the pitch from Miller. Swung on, fouled straight back, and out of play. Makes our count 2-2. Miller comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is down low and in for ball 3. Full count now. Here's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is swung on and fouled off. He fouled it off his body. Ball ended up in fair territory, but it hit him first, the batter. So our count remains 3-2. 30 pitches is what Miller is at. Coach just called up and asked for it. Bellis asks for time. Umpire grants it. 31 actually is where he's at. I'm off on the game changer. It's slow. That hit blind right back at the pitcher. Miller catches it like a pro, and that's out number 2. Oh, Briar couldn't have smoked that ball any harder. He's shaking his head all the way back to the dugout. There's nothing to hang your head for that, though. That was a good hit. Miller just made the play. Manny Hebner's now at the plate. There's the first pitch, called a strike. Looked like a changeup. Hebner went 0 for 3 in that first game, but did get an RBI. He was able to drive in one of the 5 runs. Takes that pitch on the outside corner for strike 2. Manny's way behind now. Here's the pitch from Miller. That swung on and missed for strike 3. Nothing doing for the Warriors in the bottom of the second inning. We've got no runs, no hits, no errors. It's a scoreless and hitless game to this point. We'll head to the top of the third inning. Our score is 0-0. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Leading off the third for the Jayhawks, left fielder.
Okay, we're back for the third inning.
Treptow.
Ryan Treptow is our batter for the Jayhawks. Treptow went 0 for 4 in the first game. He swings at the first pitch, fouls it straight back. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. 1-1 is our count. He told me he has a cousin that plays professional baseball, Colin Gray. I'll have to look him up later. That pitch is down low for a ball. Ryan's the one that told me his favorite player was Joe Montana. That pitch is taken upstairs. Ball 3, 3-1. Here's a pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is taken for a ball. So that'll give Jayhawks, I believe, their first base runner. No, that'd be his second. He did hit a batter. That brings up Ryan Durham. He's a senior. He went 0 for 3 in the first game. He's still looking for his first hit of the season. His favorite athlete was Messi. He's a soccer player. That pitch is taken outside. Runner goes. He'll get second base. That'll be a stolen base for Treptow. Be his first one of the season. Well, Durham would like to move him along. Our third baseman comes in looking for a bunt. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Makes our count 2-0. Durham gets his sign from the third base coach. He's got it. That pitch is taken inside for a ball. Schmitz is in a little bit of trouble here. He's having a hard time finding the plate. He's falling behind this hitter. That pitch is over the outside part of the plate for strike one. You've got Jack Miller lurking in the odd deck circle. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. So that'll put 2 runners on for the Jayhawks. And they've got their best hitter in the batter's box, Jack Miller. Jack did get a hit in that first game. He went 1 for 3, had 2 RBIs, scored a run. A very dangerous hitter. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is right across over the plate for strike one. Miller is ready, and so is Schmitz. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike two. Kane challenged him with his fastball. And Jack couldn't quite catch up to it. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit high up in the air. Mason Harder is underneath it. He's going to make the catch, and he's going to get the ball in quickly. So that's a huge out for the Warriors. They retired Jack Miller.
Now batting third baseman, number 3, Cale Chisel.
That'll bring up Cale Chisel, who's 0 for 1 in this game. He was 0 for 3 in the first game, but he did get on base with a walk and scored a run. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is taken down low, gets away from Jake, but he corrals it and gets it back to the pitcher. It'd be a big inning for Kane Schmitz to get out of after walking the first 2 runners. Here's the pitch. That pitch almost hits him. For ball number 2. Chisel ducked out of the way. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken right over the plate for strike 1. Kane's best pitch is his slider. But he does throw an upper 70s. He can hit 80 on his fastball. He also has a curveball, changeup. Here's the pitch. That's swung on, hit up the middle. Justice corrals it. He'll step on the bag at second and doesn't make the throw. He wouldn't have got him at first. Probably a smart play. No sense making that throw and risk throwing it away, because that's the second out of the inning. That'll bring up their designated hitter, Brevin Dahl, sorry. Brevin went 0 for 3 in that first game, did get a walk. He's got 2 hits on the season so far. He's hit the team's one of 2 doubles. That pitch is taken for a strike. The other one is Landon Vogel, who has a double. Coach Wall calls out the play. There's the pitch taken down low. And Chisel will get second base on that. I believe that's Chisel's first stolen base on the season. Runners on second and third. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on, hit off of Kane Schmidt's glove and into center field. That's going to score at least 1 run. The second run rounds third, and he's going to score as well. Ball gets away. Kane Schmidt throws it behind Shore. Shore throws it. They're going to get him at second base. Yep, they got him. Shore threw the ball from the backstop to Justice Kelly to record the 3rd out of the inning. But they do get 2 runs on 1 hit. No runners left on base. That'll make our score now Jesup 2, Warriors 0. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Wapsie Valley, right fielder number 15, Mason.
Okay, we're back for the bottom of the third inning. Mason Harder's up at the plate for the Warriors. He went 0 for 2 in the first game. There's the pitch from Miller, taken outside for a ball. Jayhawks grabbed the lead in the top of the third inning. They're up 2-0. They were up 4-0 in the first game. The Warriors had to come back, and it went 8 innings. That pitch was taken for a strike. 1-1 is our count now. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. 2-1. Here's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is taken inside. 73-mile-an-hour breaking pitch. Harder's now ahead in the count, 3-1. Here's the pitch from Miller. That pitch is taken outside for a strike on the outside corner of the plate. Makes their count full, 3-2. Here's the pitch from Miller. Taken outside for ball 4.
Harder draws the wall.
So that'll give the Warriors a base runner.
Now up for the Warriors, pitcher number 1.
That's Harder's 5th walk of the season. And that brings up the top of the lineup. Schmitz doesn't have a hit yet. He struck out the first time, but he reached on a drop third strike. Here's the pitch for Miller. Kane shows bunt. And Harder barely gets back in there. I think he was going on that play. Schmitz pulled the bat back, though. Took the first pitch for a ball. Here's the pitch for Miller. That pitch is swung on, skied up in the air. The center fielder comes over and makes the play. Harder goes halfway. Nope. They're saying that he caught the ball. The ball came loose, but it was on the transfer. You see the umpire made that signal where it's like he's holding a glove and the ball comes out. And that's what happened there. That's the right call.
Next up to bat for the Warriors, shortstop number 22.
So that's the first out of the inning.
Kelly.
Brings up Justice Kelly. He's 0 for 1. He struck out the first time at bat. I believe that's only his second strikeout of the season. I don't remember if he had one in the last game or not. He went 2 for 4 in the last game. There's the pitch from Miller. That pitches the ball. Must have caught the outside corner of the plate. Justice gets the play call from the coach, steps back in. Miller comes set. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on, hit high up in the air, the right field, and it's going to drop for a foul ball. Makes the count 0-2. Kelly did get a hit off Miller in that first game. It was a swinging bunt. Here's the pitch for Miller. That pitch is swung on, grounded toward the shortstop. He'll scoop it up, throw it to second. They won't have no play at first. So Justice Kelly will reach on a fielder's choice, but there's now 2 outs in the inning. Harder is retired at second base. That'll bring up Jake Shore. We'll see what play the coach calls. Jake gets it, steps in the batter's box. And here's the pitch. Pitch swung on, hit sharply, gets past the shortstop. Shortstop scoops it up, throws it over to first. A little inside the bag, so Shore's going to reach. That'll go as an error on the Jayhawks shortstop.
Next up to bat, first baseman, number 13.
That's Landon Bogle over at short. That'll put runners on at first and second. Jake Shore comes in to the dugout. Kanan Dana will come in as a pinch runner, as a courtesy runner. The coach calls out his signal for what play he wants run. Ladderberg gets it. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. So in the first game you heard me, I asked the boys who their favorite elementary school teacher was. I also asked them what their favorite subject was in high school. Tucker told me his was social studies. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. Miller comes set. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken in the inside corner for a strike. 2-1. You guys haven't noticed? I like doing that. I like talking to the boys, asking them questions. I should say guys. They're guys. They're not just boys. Find out what their interests are. Gives me something to talk about when they're in the batter's box, besides just their stats. Tucker fouls that off himself. So that'll even up the count 2-2. Plus, I think they enjoy it. As I approached the batting cage tonight, I think it was Jake that asked me, so what question do you got for us now? Maybe it wasn't Jake. I don't remember who it was. It was somebody. They were expecting me to come ask them questions. Makes it interesting for me, and I hope it makes it interesting for you, too. Here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on. Foul straight back. Count remains 2-2. That gets Miller's pitch count up to 52 pitches. So he pitched 30 in that first game, so that means he can go 75, no, 80. He can go 80. He still get 110 pitches, but you have to take away the 30 in that first game. Here's the pitch by Miller. That's swung on, fouled straight back. Ladderberg's battling, making Miller work. Still have runners on first and second. There's 2 outs, though. And here's the pitch. That pitch is swung on, hit to the third base side, and it gets through. Come rounding third and coming home is Justice Kelly. He's going to, he's out at the plate. Looked like he went around the base and tried to tag it, but Bucknell was able to put the tag on him in that time. So it was a good try, though. We want to try to score on that play if at all possible. But that'll end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 Jayhawk error. So we'll leave two on base. So we'll head to the top of the 4th inning. Our score remains Jesup 2, Wapsie 0. We'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, we're ready for the top of the fourth inning. Kyle Bucknell is at the plate. He's the one that just made the play on Justice Kelly. He takes the first pitch for a strike. He hits that ball high up in the air. Back goes Hebner, and that ball is over the fence. I believe it's a ground rule double. Bucknell is limping as he rounds first and goes to second. So the ball hit the ground and then bounced over the fence. So that's a ground rule double. But I'm sure the coach is going to want to check on his catcher. Give Bucknell a hit, though. He's going to come in anyway for a courtesy runner. He will get an ovation from the crowd. There's plenty of Jayhawk fans here, which is to be expected. That's not a very long drive for him. I believe the runner is Paxton McHone. Hey, I corrected the PA announcer for once. He's usually correcting me. Oh, it was a brother connection. That brings up Larson. He got hit by the pitch in the first at bat. Took the first pitch high for a ball. And he'll take that pitch outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. Looks like the Warriors are going to have to make another comeback if they're going to win this game. And that pitch is hit right into the gap between third and short. The runner will hold at third. That's McHone. But give Larson a hit. That's the Jayhawks' third hit of the game. That brings up Nick Moore, who's 0 for 1. They got runners on the corner with nobody out. This is a very good scoring opportunity for the Jayhawks. And the runner takes off from first. He'll get second base. Justice will cut off the throw. So Larson steals second. He'll get credit for a stolen base. That first pitch was taken for a ball. So here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is right over the outside corner of the plate for strike one. And that pitch is swung on and missed for strike two. Moore's favorite athlete told me was Michael Jordan. And he watched the movie Air. He was telling me about it in the dugout before the game. That pitch is swung on and missed, but it gets away from Shore, who has to throw to first base, and he'll get him. Moore doesn't like the call, but the umpire called him out. In high school ball, either side of the base is considered an out. And Tucker Latterberg did hold the runner side of the base. I believe that's what the rule is. Either base is, because the coach is going to come out and argue with them on it. Tucker Latterberg did have his foot on the runner side of the base. And there are two bases there. So that might be what the coach is talking about. Coach Wall has got his words in. And he'll take his position back at the third base coach's box. He told me before the game he wants to see Tom make as many visits to the mound as possible. He said that while laughing. He's a good guy. That pitch is hit sharply to the third baseman who comes home with it, and he'll tag out McComb at the plate. So he'll cut down the runner. So that'll go as a fielder's choice. That was Vogel at the plate. He's the one that reaches on the fielder's choice. That'll bring up Ryan Treptow, who's their left fielder. He walked the first time at bat, and it scored a run. He takes the first pitch for a strike. Runners are around the corner, but there's now 2 outs. The Jayhawks started the inning with runners on second and third and nobody out. And so far they've been unable to score. Here's a pitch from Schmitz. Runner takes off from first. That's Vogel. He'll get credit for a stolen base, as there's no throw by the catcher. Jake has struggled on his throws today. He hasn't been able to really get the ball to the bag. That pitch is taken inside corner. That's called strike 3. So Kane Schmitz gets out of it. No runs. I believe there was 1 hit. They've got a total of 3 hits now. 2 hits in that inning. No errors and leaving 2 on base. Our score remains Jayhawks 2, Warriors 0. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, we're back for the bottom of the 4th inning.
Starting off the Warrior half of the 4th will be third baseman number 24.
Leading off for the Warriors will be Blake Hesse. Jackson Kuhlman is in the on-deck circle, and in the hole is Briar Bellis. They're due up for the Warriors. Miller's still on the mound. Here's the pitch. That pitch is hit right up the middle. The shortstop has it. He throws over to first to retire Hesse for out number 1. So that'll go 6-3 if you're scoring from home. That'll bring up Jackson Kuhlman. Jackson's 0 for 1 on the day. I asked Jackson what his favorite subject was in school. He said industrial tech, called it IT. There's a pitch, swung on and missed for strike 1. Mrs. Bush was his favorite elementary teacher. I mentioned that in the first game. Did education theme today on my questions. That pitch is checked, but he'll call it a strike. Evidently, he couldn't hold it. So that'll give Kuhlman 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. So that's the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Briar Bellis, the center fielder. First time at bat, Briar hit the ball right on the button. It just went right into Jack Miller's glove. It was sharply hit. Briar asks for time. The umpire grants it. Here's the pitch. That pitch is on the hits the outside corner for strike one. That looked like a changeup from Miller. Like I said, he's got 4 pitches. And here's the pitch, taken down low. That's a breaking ball, 74 mile an hour. Makes their count 1-1. Miller's at 60 pitches now. Here's a pitch swung on, chopped foul on the third base side. Makes their count 1-2. We've only seen 2 pitchers from the Jayhawks today. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Dahl started the first game, Brevin Dahl, and then Miller came in relief, pitched the final 2 innings. First game went 8 innings instead of the typical 7, and now Miller's our starter. There's a pitch. That pitch is way outside for ball 3. We have a full count now. Bellis has worked the count. Here's the pitch inside. It might even hit him. But that's ball 4. So that'll give the Warriors a base runner with 2 outs. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Manny Hebner. Manny played left field in the first game. He comes in and plays second when Kane Schmidt pitches, and he's done a great job at second base. He's made some nice plays over there. Also a very good outfielder, too. Here's the pitch from Hebner. He takes it over the middle of the plate for a strike. I asked Manny what his favorite subject was. He said lunch. I'm like, no, I want a class. Social studies he gave me. So that's 2 for social studies. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Justin Davey, does he teach social studies? And who? Zane? Okay. I remember Davey. Justice Davey, if you're listening in, you got a couple hitters here that like your class. That pitch is taken outside. Briar Bellis is going to get second base on the stolen base there. That puts a runner in scoring position for Hebner. I believe that's Bellis' 4th stolen base. I can't remember if he had one in that first game or not. He might have. If so, it's his 5th. But he's got 4 for sure. Here's the pitch by Miller. That's swung on and missed. He got a piece of it, so that's a foul ball. That's right. The umpire did raise his arms. So Hebner stays alive. The count's 0-2. There's the pitch from Miller. That's swung on, popped up in the air. It's right behind second base. There's 3 of them converge on it, but it looks like Bogle made the play for out number 3. So that'll give us no runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. We're heading into the bottom of the 5th, or the top of the 5th inning. Our score is Jesup 2, Wapsie 0. We'll be back here in just a minute. All right, we're back for the 5th inning.
Leading off the fifth for the Jayhawks, second baseman number 5, Ryan Durham.
Ryan Durham leads off for the Jayhawks. He had a walk the first time up. Takes that first pitch for a strike. It's cooled off here. It's only 79 degrees now. Now that the sun's dropped, the lights have taken full effect. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. So if you're in the area, stop on by and finish watching this exciting matchup. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. Taken outside for a ball. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. That's swung on, fouled back. Our count remains 1-2. The wind looks like it's calmed down too a little bit. The flag's still blowing out there, but it's more of a breeze now. Still blowing from left to right. That's swung on and missed for strike 3.
Durham strikes out. 4 out.
That's the first out of the inning for Kane Schmitz.
Now batting pitcher number 2, Jack Miller.
That's Kane's 3rd strikeout of the game. I'm sorry, his 4th. He had 3. That was his 4th. Brings up the top of the order for Miller with Jack Miller, who is 0 for 2 so far in the game. Here's the pitch from Schmitz. A pitch is taken for a strike. The coach moved him up in the order. Maybe that's just not a spot that Jack is comfortable with. Here's the pitch. It's swung on, hit high up in the air on the right field side. It's drifting foul, and it's going to be out of play. Nice chase there by 3 different Warriors out there trying to get that ball and get that out for Schmitz. But Schmitz is ahead in the count, 0-2 on Jack Miller. Seemed like Miller used to bat leadoff for him when he was younger. This is the first or second. Here's the pitch, swung on, hit sharply on the third base side, but out of play. Kane's only got 57 pitches so far in this game. He hasn't walked a ton, and the defense has gotten better behind him. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Warriors did have 5 errors in that first game. It's how you score runs when you only have 2 hits when you're the Jayhawks. Here's the pitch by Schmitz. Swung on, popped straight up in the air, but it's camped under. Manny Hebner is under it, and he makes the play. So that's the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Chisel, who's 0 for 2 so far in the game. He's playing third base. Oh, yeah, Chisel was a Aaron Rodgers fan. Oh, has he? He's grounded to Justice Kelly twice, and now he's going to hit one up the middle. Hebner gets over to it. Can he make the play? He's got him. Nice play by Hebner and a very good stretch by Tucker Latteberg, and that'll retire the side. So we've got no runs, no hits, no runners left on base. Our score remains Jayhawks 2, Wapsie Valley 0. Would like to thank our sponsors. Access Systems is an Iowa-based company with offices across the state and surrounding states. They feature copiers, printing solutions, along with IT and phone solutions. They keep offices connected. Also, Vandale Insurance in Fairbank. They can help you with auto, home, health, life, crop, and commercial insurance. Talk to Amber or Chad Vandale or any one of their fine agents for all your insurance needs. Also, Costa Sports Bar and Grill in Fairbank. If you're looking for a nice place to watch the game or take the family out for dinner, they do it all at Costa Sports Bar and Grill. Thank you for becoming a sponsor and supporting our Wapsie Valley Baseball live stream. Folks, if you're enjoying the live stream, own or run a business, consider being a sponsor, as there are plenty of opportunities. If you'd like to make an individual donation, you can do that by either donating directly to the Wapsie Valley Schools or on Venmo at Wapsie Valley. Contact Brett Bergman for more information. As you can probably hear, Okay, I think I got my throat cleared. Mason Harder's leading off for the Warriors. He got a walk his first time up. I believe the count's 0-2. I forgot to clear my scoreboard. All right, here's the pitch from Miller. Swung on for strike 3.
Harder.
So Harder goes down swinging,
Number 1. Next up to bat.
and that'll bring up the top of our lineup.
Kane Schmidt.
It's our pitcher, Kane Schmitz, who's 0 for 2 so far in this game. Here's the pitch by Miller. That's taken right over the plate for a strike. 73-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Miller gets set, and here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Another 73-mile-an-hour breaking pitch. Like I said before, Miller is very tough to hit. But he's at 73 pitches so far in this game. He's only got about 7 left. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken for strike 3.
Schmidt strikes out for out number 2.
So that's 2 outs in the inning. That'll bring up Justice Kelly. Sorry, I keep trying to clear my throat. I was eating almonds in between innings. I think I got a piece of it caught in my throat, which didn't come apparent until I was trying to read the sponsors. That pitch was taken outside for a strike, on the outside part of the plate anyway. Miller comes set, and here's the pitch. That pitch is 84. That's his fastball right there. So Kelly's now 0-2. He's behind in the count. Here's the pitch from Miller, taken outside for a ball. So that's his 78th pitch. He can throw 2 more, unless it's to the same batter. So let's see if Justice can make him work here. And that pitch is swung on and hit foul on the third base side. So this will be Miller's last pitch, but the coach does call time. He's going to come out and visit with him. And maybe he's taking the ball from him. Yep, that's going to do it for Jack Miller. They're making a pitching change. We're going to be back once we have this sorted out here in just a minute. Tice Larson is now the pitcher, and he inherits a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Justice fought that one off for a foul ball. Tice Larson has pitched in 1 game so far this season. He's got credited with the save. He's a freshman. Hasn't given up a run yet. He's walked 1, struck out 1. And here's the pitch. That pitch is outside for ball 2. Looks like he's pitched to 2 batters. Make that 3. 3 batters. He's walked 1 and got 2 outs the first time that he was in. And there's the pitch. Swung on, hit into the gap, but the third baseman picks it up, throws over to first, and retires Kelly. So he gets out of it, and that'll close the book on Jack Miller. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning. Our score remains Jayhawks 2, Warriors 0. We'll be back here in just a minute. All right, we're back for the top of the 6th inning. That brings up their designated hitter, Brevin Dahl. He was 1 out of 2 so far today. Drove in the 2 runs. He hits the ball sharply to the third baseman, but Hesse's got it, throws it over to Latterberg for out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Kane Schmitz. That'll bring up Kyle Bucknell, who's 1 out of 2 so far today. He got a hit in his last time at bat. That's right, it was a ground rule double, the one that bounced over the fence. Here's a pitch by Schmitz. That pitch is hit sharply but foul on the third base side. Here's a pitch by Schmitz. That pitch, gets him a breaking ball that just couldn't break back over the plate. So it gets Bucknell on the helmet. Well, he'll take his base.
Next up to bat, pitcher number 27, Tice Larson.
That brings up Tice Larson, who's now the pitcher. He got a hit.
Courtesy run of the Jayhawks, number 14, Paxton McCoe.
And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken for a strike on Tice Larson. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit foul. It hit him and then rolled into fair territory. Well, that's strike 2. Appreciate all the viewers. I hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike three. Foul tip, strike three. He did get a piece of it, but Jake Shore was able to squeeze it for out number two.
Now batting right fielder, number 12, Nick Moore.
That'll bring up the right fielder, Nick Moore. He's 0 for 2 in the game so far. That pitch is down low. It got behind the catcher, but Jake was able to pick it back up. That pitch is taken for a strike. Makes her count 1-1. I've had a lot of people come up to me and tell me how much they appreciate the play-by-play, and I thank you for the kind words, and thanks for listening and watching. That pitch is hit sharply to the second baseman. Kane's got it. He'll step on the bag. That's Hebner. Sorry about that. That's usually where Kane plays, but Kane's the pitcher, so he didn't make that one. But that'll retire the side, so no runs. I think there was one. No, there wasn't one hit. No hits, no errors, one runner left on base. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Wapsie needs to get the bats going. They're still down 2-0. We'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, we're back for the bottom of the sixth inning. The Warriors got the middle of their lineup up. Jake Shore is going to lead off the inning. Took that first pitch for a strike. Here's a pitch that's swung on, popped up into the air. First baseman comes over and makes a play. That's Chisel on over at first base now.
Next in the box, first baseman number 13, Tucker Latimer.
Thank you, Kerry Wall. I'm glad you're tuning in. That's Bruce's wife, the coach of Jesup Jayhawks. Texted my wife telling thank you, and I'm doing a good job. I appreciate that. And thanks for listening or watching the live stream. There's a base hit for Latimer. He hits the ball sharply on the left-hand side. That gets between third and short. So I'll give the Warriors a base runner. I'm sure there's plenty of Jesup fans on here as well. I know my wife shared out the link, and I know she knows a lot of people from Jesup. So appreciate you tuning in. That pitch is skied up in the air. The right fielder, he runs over, makes the play, and Latimer has to scramble back to first. That was Blake Hesse. That'll bring up Jackson Kuhlman, who's looking for his first hit of the game to keep his hitting streak alive. I've been missing these subjects that I asked. Kuhlman take that first pitch for a strike on the outside corner of the plate. Blake Hesse's favorite subject is math. I used to love math when I was a kid. Love numbers. Probably why that's why you hear me talk about stats a lot, because I enjoy numbers. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed for strike 2. It is getting late. This is how the Warriors rallied the last game, last couple of innings. And that pitch is taken for strike 3. Well, that'll end the inning for the Warriors. No runs, no hits, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Our score remains Jayhawks 2, Warriors 0. We're going to head into the 7th inning. We'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, we're back for the final inning. The top of the 7th inning. Landon Vogel steps in, the sophomore for the Jayhawks, and took the first pitch down low. That ball skips away from Jake, taken for a ball. That pitch is outside for ball 2. Vogel's 0 for 2 so far in this game. He's played both shortstop and third base for the Jayhawks. And here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1. And here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch must have been high. Makes their count 3-1. Here's the pitch swung on, popped up in the air. Shortstop Justice Kelly is under it, and he'll make the play. For out number 1. That'll bring up Ryan Treptow. He's playing left field. Treptow. I keep saying Tau. Hope I'm not the only one that mispronounces that. Sorry, Treptow family, if you're listening to this. That first pitch is taken for a strike. I probably say it right half the time, maybe. That pitch is fouled off for strike 2. Treptow, his favorite player was Joe Montana. He must watch a lot of video highlights, because I know he's not old enough to have watched him play live. That pitch is hit on the ground toward the third baseman. Hesse's going to have to hurry, and he's just going to pocket that one. I believe we're going to credit Treptow with an infield single. That would be the right call. Be the 4th hit for the Jayhawks.
Now batting second baseman number 5, Ryan Durham.
That brings up Ryan Durham. He's 0 for 1. Has a walk.
Coming into pitch hit, number 24, Parker Masteler.
Oh, we do have a pitch hitter. Mastoler? Parker Mastoler? Yep, Parker Mastoler. And I believe this would be his first varsity at bat, at least for this season, because I see no numbers for him. That pitch is taken outside. Jake did a good job blocking that one for ball one. Parker's an 8th grader for the Jayhawks. Kane looks the runner back. That's Treptow over at first. Am I saying that right now? Treptow? Okay. And he takes off running. Justice will field the ball, but there's no... He'll put a tag on, but Treptow has the bag with the stolen base. And I believe that's his first of the season, unless he had one earlier. And that pitch is taken down low for a ball. Makes our count 2-0. 3-0. On that pitch is taken for ball 4. So that'll put runners at first and second. And that'll bring up Jack Miller, who was always a threat to drive in those runs. He drove in a couple in the first game. He's 0 for 3 so far in this one. There's the pitch from Schmitz, taken inside for a ball. Schmitz is at 83 pitches. And here's the pitch. That check swing, but taken for a strike. Jack came into these games leading the team in hitting. Swung on and missed for strike 2. That's Schmitz's slider there. Schmitz comes set, checks the runners, and here's the pitch. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. Evens the count, 2-2. Oh, Schmitz comes set. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. Counts now 3-2. 1 out in the inning. That pitch is hit high up in the air, but I believe it's going to go foul and out of play. Huh? It was on the ground. It was a foul ball. Count remains 3-2. I'm working with one eye here. You know that, right? Okay. I had retina surgery a couple months ago, so my left eye, they put an oil bubble in it, so I can't see very well out of it. It's really blurry. That ball's hit high up in the air. I think that's Coleman going back on it, and it's gone. Jack Miller just got his first home run of the season. He hit the ball over the left field fence. That'll score 3 runs for the Jayhawks. And that'll give the Jayhawks a commanding 5-0 lead over the Warriors. His teammates join him at home plate. And that'll set off a celebration. As it should. That'll bring up Cale Chisel. He was 0 for 3 in the game so far, but he did score a run. That pitch is hit to the first baseman. Latterberg picks it up, steps on first for out number 2. So that'll bring up the designated hitter, Brevin Dahl. He's 1 out of 3 so far. He hits the ball into left field for a base hit.
Dahl singles to left field.
So that'll give the Jayhawks their 6th hit of the game.
Now batting catcher number 1, Kyle Bucknell.
And that'll bring up Kyle Bucknell, who's 1 out of 2. He's got a hit so far in this game. Looks like we're bringing in a pinch runner. Is that number? I can't quite see that number. Is it 4? It is. Aiden Bergman is coming in to pinch run for Dahl. So Bergman's now over at first base. He's the runner. Bucknell is at the plate. He swings and misses first pitch. It gets away from Shore. So that'll move the runner up to second base.
Bergman advances 2 seconds.
But Bucknell did swing at that first one, so the count's 0-1. And here's the pitch from Schmitz. That pitch is chopped foul on the third base side. Makes her count 0-2. Schmitz gets the sign, and here's the pitch. That pitch did hit him.
Bucknell is hit by the pitch.
So that'll put runners on first and second.
Now batting pitcher number 27.
With Tice Larson due up. He's their freshman. He's got a hit today, 1 out of 2.
Into courtesy run number 14, Paxton McCone.
Paxton McCone will come into courtesy run for the catcher, Bucknell. They probably want to save on his legs. He's caught both games. That pitch is hit high up in the air. Ladderberg's got it to retire the side. But the damage has been done. Big 3-run home run by Jack Miller. So there's 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base. That makes our score going into the bottom of the 7th inning. Jayhawks 5, Warriors 0. We'll be back here in just a minute.
To bat for the Warriors, center fielder number 5, Ryan.
All right, folks, we're back for the bottom of the 7th inning. This is it for the Warriors. If they're going to mount a comeback, it's going to have to be with the bottom of the lineup. Briar Bellis is up. He's 0 for 1. He's taking a walk. Tice Larson is still the pitcher for the Jayhawks. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back for strike 1. And here's the pitch from Larson. Pitch is taken outside for a ball. Makes her count 1-1. Breyer's favorite elementary teacher was Mrs. Bauska. I mentioned that in the first game. She had a couple of them that they listed her as the favorite. Pitch is taken outside for a ball. 2-1. I like giving these shout outs to the teachers. They do good work. Here's the pitch, taken upstairs for a ball. 3-1. And when they make an impression on a young person, they'll remember that. I can remember who my favorite teacher was, as old as I am. Mrs. Wilson, my 6th grade teacher. I know she's not listening. I don't think she's still teaching. I doubt it. She's probably long retired by now. Here's the pitch. That's swung on and missed for strike 2. That brings our count full, 3-2. If any of you Wapsie people are scratching your head, I didn't go to Wapsie. I went to Vinton. Vinton-Shellsburg. There was no Mrs. Well, at least that I know of, Miss Wilson at Wapsie. That's ball 4. So that'll give the Warriors a base runner. Down 5 runs. We need a few more of them. That'll bring up Manny Hebner. He's due for a hit. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Larson comes set, and here's the pitch. That's inside corner for a strike. Larson only has 16 pitches. Make that 17 pitches. He's pitched well coming in relief for Jack Miller. And Jack pitched really well too. And here's the pitch. That's taken down low. Gets away from Kyle, but he corrals it, gets it back to the pitcher. Bellis will hold at first. Here's the pitch from Larson. That pitch is taken high. 73 mile an hour on that pitch. That would have been his fastball. He catches about mid-70s is what I noticed in his warm-up tosses. Here's the pitch from Larson. That pitch is hit sharply right at the shortstop, who bobbles it. He's going to run over a step on second to force out Bellis. That would be Jack Miller over at shortstop now. So that's the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Mason Harder. Mason's 0 for 1. Does have a walk in this game. Here's the pitch by Larson. That's taken outside for a ball. Pitch came in at 71 mile an hour. Here's the pitch. That's taken for a strike. Right at the knees. Makes our count 1-1. Larson bluffs the throw over to first, but Hebner's back. Larson's taking his time. Here's the pitch. That swung on. It bounced to the first baseman, who's got to scramble over to first, and he'll retire Harder at first base. Advancing to second is Hebner, but the Warriors are down to their final out. They had the top of the lineup up. Kane Schmidt, he's 0 for 3 in the game. The Warriors only had 2 hits, both of them by Tucker Latteberg. So they're due. Larson works a little slow. Here's the pitch. That pitch is taken down low for a ball. Kane told me his favorite class was also industrial tech. So I had 2 players that gave me that answer when I asked him what their favorite class was out at the high school. Hebner will take off, and he's going to get third base. So that'll go for a stolen base. And Kane's now ahead 2-0. Yeah, some pitchers work fast, some work close. Some of them work so fast I can't even get any information in at all. That happened to me last week. That pitch is skied up in the air. Chisel's got it. And now will retire the side. Well, Jesup rebounded to take the second game of our doubleheader. So our final score, Jayhawks 5, Warriors 0. To wrap things up here, Warriors only managed 2 hits in this game. They walked 3 times, struck out 9 times. Kane Schmitz is going to get the loss of this game. He pitched 7 innings. Did pitch well, but he gave up 5 runs. All of them were earned. Gave up 6 hits, 3 walks, struck out 5. On the Jayhawk side, well, the big blast by Jack Miller was huge. Also, Dahl had a big hit to score 2 runs. They finished with 6 hits on the night, scored 5 runs, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. The winning pitcher will be Jack Miller. He lost the first game, also got a blown save, but the second game he came back, only gave up 1 hit, walked 2, struck out 8. Larson comes in, and he finishes out the game for the Jayhawks, pitches 2.1 innings, allowed just 1 hit, 1 walk, and struck out 1. He'll get credit for the save. That'll do it for us here at Wapsie Valley Field. The next game for the Warriors is tomorrow night. They play at Turkey Valley. Tomorrow afternoon, I should say. First game starts at 4 o'clock. That'll be the varsity game. They have no lights up there. So, again, 4 o'clock, varsity plays tomorrow at Turkey Valley. Jesup will be at Hampton Dumont on Thursday night. That game starts at 7:30 underneath the lights. So that'll do it from Wapsie Valley Field. Those of you that tuned in, thank you very much. Thank you for supporting the live stream. And go Warriors. Everybody have a good night.